friends, welcome to English Minds. Today we begin part 1 of our 500 most important questions on William Wordsworth. A must for TGT, PGT, UG Senate and other state level all competitive exams. In this part 1, we will cover his life, major works, and poetic visions. Everything you need to build a solid foundation. So stay focused, take notes, and let's dive into the world of Wordsworth. Let's get started. Our very first question: when was William Wordsworth born? Option B 70, 1770. William Wordsworth was born on April 7, 1717 in Cockermouth, Cumberland, England. Part of this region in northwestern England known as the Lake District. In which town was Wordsworth born? Option B Cockermouth. In 7th April. What was the name of Wordsworth's father? Option A John Wordsworth. John Wordsworth was a lawyer and served as a legal agent for Sir James Lowther. Afterwards, the first Earl of Lancashire. His mother name was Anne Coxon. Which university did Wordsworth attend? Option A Cambridge. He studied at St. John's College, Cambridge. St. John's College, Cambridge from 1787 to 1791. Who was Wordsworth's close poet friend, famous for the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner? Option C Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Coleridge and Wordsworth were close friends and collaborated on lyrical ballads. In which year? Did Wordsworth undertake his tour of France and the Alps? Option B 1790. He traveled to France at the Alps during the summer of 1790, experiencing the early enthusiasm of the French Revolution. French Revolution. What was the name of Wordsworth's sister Dorothy? Also a poet and diarist. Option A Dorothy Wordsworth. Dorothy Wordsworth was a writer and diarist closely associated with William's poetic inspiration, which disrupted Wordsworth's early idealism about the French Revolution. Option A. Napoleonic War. Wordsworth initially supported the French Revolution, but the rise of Napoleon and the war with Britain disillusioned him. Wordsworth's love affair in France resulted in a daughter. What was her name? Option B. Caroline. Wordsworth had a daughter, Caroline, with Anette Vallon. Anette Vallon, a French woman he met during his stay in France. In which year did Wordsworth marry Mary Hutchinson? Option B. 1802. He married Mary Hutchinson on 4 October 1802. She was his childhood friend. What is considered Wordsworth's most famous collaboration with Coleridge? Option A. Lyrical ballads. Lyrical Ballads 1798 was a revolutionary poetry collection that marked the beginning of the Romantic age in English literature. Compiled of 23 books, 19 by Wordsworth, 4 books by Coleridge, The Rime of Ancient Mariner, I think first book and last Wordsworth, Coleridge The Rime of Ancient Mariner, and Wordsworth Tintern Abbey, the last. In which year was Lyrical Ballad first published? Option B. 1798. The first edition of Lyrical Ballads was published in 1798 with a second edition in 1800, where Wordsworth added his famous preface. What poem of Wordsworth serves as a philosophical autobiography? Option C. The Prelude. The Prelude is an autobiographical poem tracking the growth of Wordsworth's mind as a poet. The Excursion, 9 books. In Lyrical Ballad, Wordsworth aimed to write poetry using option B, common language of men. Wordsworth believed that poetry should be written in the language of ordinary people rather than elaborate poetic diction. What phrase best describes Wordsworth's definition of poetry? Option A, the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. This definition appears in the preface to Lyrical Ballads. Preface to Lyrical Ballads in 1800. emphasizing emotions and nature. Tintern Abbey written in which verse from? Option B blank verse. Lines composed a few miles above Tintern Abbey in is written in blank verse which is unrhymed iambic pentameter. What is the subtitle of the Prelude? Option B Growth of a Poet Minds. The full title of the Prelude or the growth of a poet's mind, highlighting its autobiographical nature. In which year was the Prelude published posthumously? Option C 1850. The Prelude was published in 1850, shortly after Wordsworth's death by his wife Mary Wordsworth. What is the central theme of Wordsworth's Ode Intimations of Immortality? Option B The Loss of Childhood Innocence. The poem reflects on the fading of childhood divine vision and the nostalgia of lost innocence. Wordsworth's Lucy poems are primarily about option B a young woman untimely death. The Lucy poem mourns a mysterious Lucy, a young girl who dies young. Who called Wordsworth the poet of nature? Option C. Matthew Arnold. Arnold called Wordsworth is the poet of nature, emphasizing his deep connection to the natural world. In which year was Wordsworth appointed as a poet laureate of England? Option B 1843. Wordsworth became poet laureate in 1843 after Robert Southey's death. What was Wordsworth's view on the Industrial Revolution? Option B He feared it would destroy nature. Wordsworth was critical of industrialization, believing it harmed nature and the human spirit. Which famous romantic poet criticized Wordsworth's later poetry? Option A Lord Byron. Byron criticized Wordsworth's later poetry as conservative and uninspired. Where is Wordsworth buried? Option B Grasmere Churchyard. Wordsworth death 23rd April 1850. Died of pleurisy. At the age of 80. Buried at St. Oswald Church. In Grasmere. Which of the following best describes Wordsworth's poetic style? Option B, simple and natural. Wordsworth's poetic style is known for its simplicity and natural diction, avoiding artificial poetic conventions. Wordsworth believed that poetry should be written in option B, the language of common men. In the preface of Lyrical Ballads, 18 preface of Lyrical Ballad, Wordsworth advocated for poetry written in language of ordinary people. What key concept did Wordsworth introduce in the preface to Lyrical Ballads? Option C, poetic diction should be simple. Wordsworth rejected the ornate poetic diction of earlier poets, emphasizing direct and unembellished language. Wordsworth's poetry often emphasizes option C, the beauty and power of nature. Wordsworth is famous for his beauty, nature poetry, exploring its healing and spiritual influence on humans. Which philosophy greatly influenced Wordsworth's thought? Option C, romantic idealism. Wordsworth, as a romantic poet, believed in the power of emotions, imagination, and nature. Wordsworth's poetic philosophy is often called option C, pantheism. Wordsworth's poetry reflects a belief in the divine presence in nature, aligning with pantheism. God is all in all. According to Wordsworth, what is poetry? Option A, a spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings, not things. In his preface to Lyrical Ballads, Wordsworth defined poetry as a spontaneous overflow of powerful things recollected in tranquility. In his poetry, Wordsworth often explores the contrast between option C, nature and industrialization. Wordsworth contrasts the purity of nature with the destructiveness of industrialization. What did Wordsworth believe about childhood? Option B, it is the closest to divine purity. In poems like Ode Intimations of Immortality, Wordsworth saw childhood as a time of divine closeness. Wordsworth's poetic themes often revolve around option C, the healing power of nature. Wordsworth frequently depicted nature as a source of spiritual and emotional renewal. What type of words did Wordsworth frequently use? Option B, blank verse. Wordsworth used blank verse, unrhymed, iambic pentameter, iambic pentameter extensively, especially in the Prelude, 1850. Posthumously published. Wordsworth's use of blank verse in particularly evident in option B, the Prelude. Wordsworth, the Prelude is a long autobiographical poem in the blank verse. Wordsworth poems often contain option B, vivid natural imagery. Wordsworth poetry is filled with rich and evocative descriptions of nature. Which poetic device is most commonly found in Wordsworth works? Option A, personification of nature. He frequently personified nature as the as seen in Tintern Abbey and daffodils. And daffodils. What role does memory play in Wordsworth poetry? Option B, it connects past emotions with present reflections. Wordsworth often uses memory to recall past emotions and reflect on them in the present. Wordsworth poetry is deeply influenced by option C, rural and landscapes. Wordsworth poetry is deeply rooted in rural settings, emphasizing their simplicity and purity. Wordsworth often contrasts option C, childhood innocence and adult experience. Wordsworth frequently contrasted the purity of childhood with the disillusionment of adulthood. Which poetic technique is most associated with Wordsworth philosophy and simplicity? Option B, common speech patterns. He insisted on using everyday language to make poetry accessible for ordinary peoples. Wordsworth frequently employs which literary technique in his nature poetry? Option Hello, friends. A very good morning. Welcome to English Minds. Today we begin part 2 of our 500 most important questions on William Wordsworth, a must for all competitive exams. In this part, we will cover his life, major works, and poetic vision. Everything you read to build a solid foundation. So stay focused, take notes, and let's dive into the world of Wordsworth. Let's start it without wasting time. What is the central theme of Tintern Abbey? Option B, moral, the moral and spiritual influence of nature. The poem highlights nature's role in spiritual and personal growth. Wordsworth contrasts his youthful experience of nature with us. Option A, present mature understanding. Wordsworth contrasts his youthful excitement with his deeper philosophical appreciation of nature. In Tintern Away, nature is portrayed as option B, a divine and guiding presence. Nature is depicted as a spiritual force and that nurtures the soul. The poem reflects Wordsworth's belief in option B, the power of childhood memory. The poem emphasizes the transformative power of memory in shaping experience. Wordsworth expresses gratitude for nature's ability to option B, guide his moral and spiritual growth. Wordsworth sees nature as a teacher and moral guide. What does Wordsworth say about his youthful response to nature? Option B, he experienced it with passionate delight. As a young man, he was thrilled by nature's physical beauty. As an adult, Wordsworth perceives nature as a source of option C, profound spiritual insight. In adulthood, he sees nature as a source of deeper spiritual understanding. What term describes Wordsworth's belief that nature has a spiritual presence? Option B, pantheism. Wordsworth's view align with pantheism, where nature is seen as a manifestation of the divine. Which aspect? The Tintern Abbey reflects the romantic ideal of memory. Option B, the ability of past experiences to shape the present. Memory plays a crucial role in Wordsworth's poetic vision. The poem presents Dorothy Wordsworth as option D, a companion who will carry on his love of nature. He hopes Dorothy will continue to cherish and be inspired by nature. The poem Blank Verse from Eloge for, which literary device is prominently used in Tintern Abbey. Option B. Alliteration and assonance. Wordsworth employs poetic devices such as alliteration and assonance to enhance rhythm. The poem Blank Verse from allows for. Option B. Unnatural and flowing rhythm. Blank verse allows for a conversational yet elevated tone. Wordsworth's use of personification in Tintern Abbey is seen in option A. The sounding cataract haunted me like a passion. This line personifies the cataract waterfall, giving it a emotional quality. What type of imagery dominates Tintin Abbey? Option B. Natural and pastoral imagery. The poem is rich in description of landscape, rivers, and trees. The poem follows which structural movement? Option B. From youthful excitement to mature reflection. Wordsworth transitions for his earlier passion for mature to a deeper philosophical contemplation. Which poet was directly influenced by Tintin Abbey? Option B. Robert Frost. Robert Frost's nature poetry reflects Wordsworth's influence, particularly in meditative quality. Tintin Abbey reflects which major romantic ideal? Option C. The deep connection between man and nature. Romantic poetry emphasizes an intimate bond with nature. Which critic described Wordsworth's poetry as emotion recollected in tranquility? Option B. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Coleridge famously described Wordsworth's poetry emotion recollect in tranquility. The poem is often studied as an example of option B. His mature philosophical vision of nature. Tintern Abbey represents Wordsworth's evolved understanding of nature. Which element of romantic poetry is most evident in Tintern Abbey? Option B. The celebration of nature and individual experience. The poem embodies romantic ideals of personal experience and nature's significance. The Prelude is an example of which poetic genre? Option B. Autobiographical poem. The Prelude is an autobiographical poem that that traces Wordsworth's spiritual and poetic development. What is the complete title of the Prelude? Option B. The Prelude, an autobiographical poem. Option C. Growths of a Poet's Mind. Option C is correct answer. The Prelude, Growth of a Poet's Mind. This is the full title under the Prelude. Under the Prelude was first published in 1850. The Prelude was originally, originally conceived as a part of which unfinished poem? Option B. The Recluse. The Prelude was intended as the introductory poem to The Recluse, an unfinished philosophical work. In which year was the Prelude first published posthumously? Option C. 1850. Though Wordsworth wrote the Prelude over many years, it was published posthumously in 1850. Which event influenced Wordsworth to delay the publication of the Prelude? Option A. The Napoleonic Wars. Wordsworth delayed the publication due to the political turmoil of the Napoleonic era. To whom did Wordsworth dedicate the Prelude? Option B. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Wordsworth dedicated the Prelude to his close friend and fellow poet Cambric. What is the primary focus of the Prelude? Option A. The poet's personal growth and development. The poem is a spiritual autobiography reflecting Wordsworth's journey as a poet. How many books are in the final version of the Prelude 1850? Option C. 14. The Prelude, published in 1850. P4. 14 books. The Prelude is written in which poetic form? Option B. Blank verse. Wordsworth wrote the Prelude is unrhymed iambic pentameter for suited suited for meditative poetry. The earliest version of the Prelude was composed in which year? Option B. 1799. The earliest version of the Prelude was composed in 1799 and was known for the two-part Prelude. What is the central theme of the Prelude? Option B. The growth of the poet's mind. The poem explores the evolution of Wordsworth's thought, emotions, and poetic identity, which movement influenced the philosophical ideas in the Prelude. Option B. Romanticism. The Prelude embodies the romantic ideals of nature, memory, and personal experiences.
Wordsworth believed nature was option B, a powerful spiritual force shaping human consciousness. Wordsworth sees nature as a living force that shapes the human mind and soul. What does role memory play in the prelude? Option A. It serves as a bridge between past and present experiences. Which book of the Prelude describes Wordsworth's experience of the French Revolution? Option B. Book 9. The book details Wordsworth's enthusiasm and the later disillusionment with the French Revolution. The poem reflects Wordsworth's transition from radical political beliefs to option A, conservative and spiritual reflections. Wordsworth's early radicalism gave way to a more introspective and conservative outlook. In the prelude, what is the significance of the boat stealing? Option C, it shows how nature instills both awe and fear in him. The boat stealing episode illustrates the power of nature to evoke both wonder and terror. How does Wordsworth describe childhood in the prelude? Option A, as a time of deep spiritual connection with nature. Wordsworth believed childhood was a sacred phase when one was closest to nature, spiritual essence. Wordsworth sees nature as a teacher that imparts option B, moral and philosophical wisdom. Nature for Wordsworth is a source of for deeper understanding and moral guidance, which philosophical belief is central to the prelude. Option B, pantheism. Wordsworth belief in nature's divine presence align with the philosophy of pantheism. Which literary device is prominently used in the prelude? Option B, personification. Wordsworth frequently personifies nature, attributing human qualities to nature's element. Wordsworth's use of blank verse in the prelude allows for option B, unnatural and meditative tone. The lack of rhyme allows for the fluid and introspective narrative. What is the tone of the prelude? Option B, introspective and philosophical. The poem is deeply reflective, chronicling Wordsworth's inner journey. Wordsworth, which imagery dominates the prelude? Option B, natural and rural imagery. The poem abound with abides, abound with abide by descriptions and landscape, mountains, rivers, and personal life, pastoral life. The climax of the prelude occurs in option D, final version, 40th books. The final book provides a grand vision of poetic and spiritual enlightenment. Which romantic poet was most influenced by the prelude? Option C. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Coleridge admired the prelude and saw it as a masterpiece of romantic poetry. The prelude is often considered a romantic epic because option B. It is long and autobiographical. Unlike traditional epics, the prelude focuses on personal rather than heroic exploits, which critic praised the prelude as the greatest long poem of the 19th century. Option B. Matthew Arnold. Arnold considered the prelude the greatest long poem of the 19th century. The poem is significant because it documents Wordsworth's personal and poetic evolution. The poem is significant as an account of Wordsworth's artistic and philosophical development. The prelude is often compared to which other long poem? Option A. John Milton Paradise Lost. The prelude is often compared to Paradise Lost due to its philosophical depth and blank verse structure. Ode to Intimations of Immortality is primarily concerned with option C, the memory of childhood and its spiritual significance. The poem reflects on the loss of childhood innate connection with the divine. In which year was Ode to Intimations of Immortality first published? Option B, 1807. It was first published in Poems in two volumes. Ode to Intimations of Immortality was written during which phase of Wordsworth's life? Option A, early romantic phase. Wordsworth wrote the poem during his early and leading romantic poets. What is the subtitle of Ode to Intimations of Immortality? Option D, The Immortal Soul. The full title of Ode Intimations of Immortality from Recollection of Early Childhood. The ode is often regarded as a response to Wordsworth's feeling about option D, the loss of his youthful idealism. The poet laments the fading spiritual vision of childhood. The philosophical foundation of the poem is primarily influenced by option B, Christian theology. The poem incorporates that idea of pre-existence with align with Christian Napoleonism. The central theme of Ode to Intimations of Immortality revolves around option B, the poet's longing for an earlier connection to the divine. Wordsworth explores how the childhood is closer to a divine state. What event caused Wordsworth to reflect on immortality and childhood memory? Option D, the loss of his first child. Option B, option D, the death of his brother John. Option D is correct answer. John's death in 1805 deeply affected Wordsworth, influencing his later poetry. Ode to Intimations of Immortality can be classified as option B, a philosophical lyric. The poem blends personal reflection with philosophical theme. The poem reflects the romantic belief in option B, the immortality of the soul and the power of nature. Romanticism emphasized the divine connection between the soul and nature. In Ode to Intimations of Immortality, Wordsworth believes that children have option A stronger connection with to the divine world. Wordsworth suggests that children have an innate spiritual vision. The term intimations of immortality in the title refers to option A glimpse of the soul's ex- eternal existence. The poem reflects on how childhood memories hint as a pre-existent state, state, which concept from the poem suggests that the soul retains memory from a previous existence. Option A, reincarnation. Option B, pre-existence. Option B, pre-existence. Wordsworth draws from a Platonic idea that the soul exists before birth. Wordsworth's vision of immortality is closely tied to option B, the ongoing relationship between nature and human soul. He sees nature as a medium for spiritual insight. What does Wordsworth suggest about the experience of growing older in the poem? Option B, it results in a loss of innocence and spiritual clarity. The transition of adulthood dims our connection with the divine. In the poem, Wordsworth described nature as option C, a reflection of the divine and eternal. Nature is depicted as a bridge of higher truth. The poem contrasts childhood innocence with option B, the harshness of the adult world. Childhood is contrasted with the disillusionment of maturity. According to Wordsworth in the poem, childhood experiences are option B, divine and carry spiritual significance. Childhood memories serve as reminder of the soul immortality. In Ode to Intimations of Immortality, Wordsworth believes that the loss of youthful vision is option C, a temporary fading and of the soul connection to nature. Some spiritual vision can still be retained. Option B, it allows on to regain the spiritual vision of childhood. Memory acts as a link to lost divine experiences. The poem is written in what form? Option A, blank verse. The poem follows the unrhymed iambic pentameter form, which literary techniques is most evident in On to Intimations of Immortality. Option B, personification. Wordsworth personifies nature and childhood memories. In the poem, how does Wordsworth use nature imagery? Option C, to show the spiritual connection between the human soul and the natural world. Nature is the in the poem is not just a physical, about also spiritual. The repetition of phrase intimations of immortality in the poem is an example of option A, anaphora. The repetition of the phrases emphasizes key themes. The tone of the poem can be described as option C, reflective and philosophical. The tone shifts from loss to acceptance of spiritual growth. The use of apostrophe in the poem refers to option A directive address to a person or thing not present. Wordsworth often addresses abstract concepts as if they were alive. The symbolism of the rainbow in the poem suggests option B, a connection to childhood innocence and divine visions. Rainbows symbolize the lingering presence of childhood wonder. Wordsworth uses blank verse to maintain formal structure and rhythm. Blank verse allows Wordsworth to achieve a natural yet elevated style. What is the central paradox of the poem? Option C, the idea that immortality is both lost and retained. So childhood vision fades, memory preserve glimpse of it. The final lines of the poem expresses option A, complete acceptance of loss. The poem concludes with a mature appreciation of nature's enduring beauty. Ode to Intimations of Immortality had a profound influence on which latter poets. Option B. P.V. Shelley. Shelley's ideas on nature and transcendence were influenced by Wordsworth. What did the poem contribute to the development of Romantic poetry? Option B. A deeper exploration of the spiritual connection between human and nature. Romanticism emphasizing emotional and spiritual thought. Emotional and spiritual thought. The poem philosophical content was influenced by of the following. Option B. Platonic idealism. Plato's theory of the soul, pre-existence shaped the poem's philosophy. Ode to Intimations of Immortality is best known for its option B. Exploration of immortality and childhood. The poem is one of the finest reflections of, on the nature of the soul, which romantic poets echoed Wordsworth's ideas is an ode to intimacy or immortality. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Coleridge admired Wordsworth's thought on memory and spirituality. Simon Lee of is about option B, an old man struggling with poverty and old age. The poem presents the hardship of Simon Lee, a former huntsman who has grown old and weak, emphasizing the theme of human suffering. In VR7, the child insists, option B, she has six siblings, including the two dead ones. The poem contrasts a child innocent perception of death with the adult perspective, as the girl includes her deceased sibling in the count. Lines written in early spring focuses on option B, the regret of humanity disconnect with nature. The speaker reflects on the beauty of nature and laments humanity moral and social decline. In exposition, and reply. The poet argues that option B, then nature is a greater teacher than books. The poem promotes the idea that nature imparts wisdom, criticizing over reliance on bookish knowledge. The table turn advocates for option B, the wisdom in the nature as a teacher. The poem urges people to seek knowledge directly from nature rather than from books. I hope you liked this video. All that brings us to the end of our 500 most important series, part 2 on William Wordsworth. We have covered his life, works, and themes, poetic style, and influence, ensuring you're fully prepared for examination. Remember, Wordsworth poetry is not just about nature, it's about life, emotions, and the power of imagination. Keep revising, stay confident, and trust your preparation. If this series helped you, don't forget like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Thank you so much. Hello friends, good morning to all of you. Welcome to English Minds. Today we will begin part 3 of our 500 MCQ series on Wordsworth, a must for TGT, PGT, UGC and other state cover all competitive exams. In this part, we will cover his life, major works, and poetic visions. Everything you need to build a solid foundation. So stay focused, take notes, and let's dive into the world of Wordsworth. Let's get started without wasting time. Very first question, the Simon Lee is about option B, an young man struggling with poverty and old age. The poem presents the hardship of Simon Lee, a former huntsman who has grown old and weak, emphasizing the theme of human suffering. In VR7, the child insists option B. She has six siblings, including the two dead ones. The poem contrasts child innocent perception, the death, with the adult perspective, as the girls include her deceased sibling in the count. Line written in early spring focuses on option B, the regret of humanity disconnect with nature. The speaker reflects on the beauty of nature and laments humanity moral and social decline. In expostulation and reply, the poet argues that option B, nature is a greater teacher than books. The poem promotes the idea of nature imparts wisdom, criticizing over reliance on bookish knowledge. The table turned advocates for option B, the wisdom is nature as a teacher. The poem urges people to seek knowledge directly from nature rather than from books. The thorn then tells the story of option C, a woman's sorrow linked to a thorn bush. The poem describes a mysterious tale on a grieving woman, Martha Rai, linked to a thorn bush, blending folklore and emotions. Line composed a few miles above Tintern Abbey is a reflection on option C, the poet's connection with nature and memory. Wordsworth revisits the Wye Valley and reflects on how nature has influenced his thoughts and emotions over time. The preface of two lyrical ballads includes option B, a statement that poetry is the expression of the poet's feeling. Wordsworth argues that poetry should express genuine emotions and be written in simple languages. In strange fits of passion have I known, the poet explores option B, an emotional outburst in response to a lover's absence. The poem narrates a lover's anxious journey, ending a sudden fear of his beloved possible death. She dwelt among the untrodden ways is about option B, a woman who lives in an isolated life. The poet describes Lucy's unnoticed life and death, emphasizing her quiet beauty and loneliness. 3 years she grew expresses option C, the bond between a girl and nature. Nature claims Lucy as its own, shaping her character until her untimely death. Thus, a slumber did my spirit seal reflects option A, the poet's meditation and on death and eternity. The poem presents Lucy's death as a transition into nature's eternal cycle. In I Travelled Among Unknown Men, the poet speaks of option D, a philosophical journey to discover himself. The poem shifts from travel to a realization of deep love for England and Lucy. Lucy Gray is about option B, a girl lost in a snowstorm. Lucy disappears in a storm, symbolizing innocence lost to nature's unpredictability. The two morning, the 2 April morning reflects on option A, the of the passage of time in nature. The poem compares two spring mornings, evoking nostalgia and the fleeting nature of life. Nothing explores a personal conflict with nature. Option C. The speaker recalls a childhood moment of destruction in nature, feeling guilt and learning respect for nature. Resolution and independence deal with option D, a philosophical reflection on social responsibility. The poet encounter with a lease gatherer leads to reflections on perseverance and self-reliance. I wandered lonely as a cloud, also known as daffodils, celebrates. Option B, the joy of encountering a field of daffodils. The poem describes a joyful experience of seeing daffodils, which latter brings happiness in recollection. My heart leaps up expresses option B, a joy in seeing a rainbow. The poet sees continuity in his love for nature from childhood to old age. Ode Intimations of Immortality explores option C, the power of childhood memories. The poem reflects on how childhood perception of the divine fade with age but can be recalled through memory. Ode to Duty speaks about option C, the poet reflections on duty and moral obligation. Wordsworth personifies duty as a stern daughter, but necessary guide for a meaningful life. The Solitary Reaper is about the Solitary Reaper is about option A lone woman harvesting in a field and the poet's emotional reaction. The Solitary Reaper described the hunting beauty and of a reaper's song. Elegiac stanza mourn the death of option D, the poet's brother John Wordsworth. Elegiac stanza mourn John Wordsworth, who died in a shipwreck. Composed upon Westminster Bridge, September 3rd, 1802. Describe option B, the quiet beauty of London and at dawn. Composed upon Westminster Bridge, marvels at a peaceful morning sight cityscape. London 1802 is a call for option B, a return to moral and spiritual values. London 1802 urges a revival of England's lost virtues. The world is too much with us, laments. Option C, humanity's disconnect from the spiritual world. The world is too much with us, criticized. Materialism and loss of connection with nature. French Revolution 1810 addresses. Option A. The poet's disillusionment with the revolution. French Revolution reflects Wordsworth's shifting political views. Guide to the Lakes in is a. Option B. Collection of essays on travel in the Lake District. Describes the landscape and culture on the region. The excursion is a. Option B. Philosophical and spiritual epic in blank verse. 9 books. The excursion, the character of the wanderer represents. Option C. The ideal of the solitary poet. The wanderer is the excursion embodies the wisdom gained from experience. Laodamia deals with. Option B. A tragic death and the theme of immortality. Laodamia deals with grief and the afterlife. In Laodamia, the protagonist, Laodamia, is the wife of. Option D. Jason. Laodamia mourns her husband. Protesilaus is the first Greek to die at Troy. The white dove of Rylstone is 1850. Option A symbolic poem about loss and redemption. The poem blends history with spiritual symbolism. Peter Bell, 1819, is a. Option D short story about a man's life in the village. In Peter Bell, the central character experiences. Option a gradual moral awakening. Peter Bell's encounter with nature sparks his transformation. The ecclesiastical sonnet reflects. Option C a spiritual journey through faith and doubt. 1822. The sonnet is the sonnet is the collection focused primarily on. Option A the poet's reflection on the Church of England. Wordsworth examines England's religious history. The Prelude, 1850. The Prelude was published posthumously in 1850. The Prelude Wordsworth explores option B, the poet's growth from childhood to maturity. The Prelude is an autobiographical poem tracing Wordsworth's development. The Prelude is considered Wordsworth option B autobiographical epic and in blank verse. 1799 starting 1850 published autobiographical epic blank verse. I wandered lonely as a cloud, also known as daffodil's edge. Option A celebration of the beauty and of nature. The poem describes the poet's joyful experience upon seeing a field of daffodils and how their beauty remains in his memory. I wandered lonely as a cloud. The poet compares the daffodils to option A stars in the sky. The daffodils are likened to a continuous line of the shining star, emphasizing their vastness and radiance. My heart leaps up, expresses the poet's belief in option A, the eternal bond between the poet and nature. Wordsworth expresses his deep love for nature, stating the child is the father of man, highlighting the continuity of his passion for nature. The child is the father of the man, of the man. Ode Intimations of Immortality focuses on option C, the loss of childhood innocence. The poem reflects on how childhood is a time of divine connection, which fades with age. Ode to Duty addresses option B, the relationship between human and divine duty. The poem calls upon duty as a guiding force that brings moral discipline and peace. The Solitary Reaper was inspired by the poet's experience in option A, the Scottish Highlands. Wordsworth was inspired by a scene in the Scottish Highlands where he saw reaping girls singing alone. In The Solitary Reaper, the poet hears a woman singing option A, a song of sorrow. The song's meaning is unknown, but its melancholic tone suggests theme of loss and loneliness. The table turned is a response to which of the following? Option A, the pursuit of knowledge through study. Option A, the poem encourages learning from nature instead of books emphasize emphasizing direct experience. Strange fits of passion have I been addresses. Option D. The loss of innocence in a young woman. The poem explores a lover's fear and imagination about Lucy's possible death. Lucy Gray is a ballad about option A young girl is a young girl's tragic death in a snowstorm. The poem narrates the story of Lucy Gray who gets lost in a storm and is never found. Nothing explodes. Option C. The beauty of nature. The poem describes the poet's childhood experience of collecting nuts and his realization about nature's sanctity. The ruined cottage focuses on option C, the hardships faced by the poor. A poem tells the tragic story of Margaret, a woman, Margaret, a woman abandoned by her husband, highlighting social struggle. Michael tells the story of option B, a father relationship with his son. Michael is a pastoral poem about a shepherd deep bond with his son Luke and their tragic separation. The kitten at play describes option B, the playful antics of a kitten. The poem depicts a kitten's lively activities, symbolizing joy of innocence. Resolution and independence is about option A man's determination to face hardship. A poem contrasts the poet's own despair, nirasa, with an old leech gatherer, perseverance. The white doe of Ralston focuses on option a doe symbolic death. This narrative tells the story of a mystical white doe symbolizing purity and endurance. William Wordsworth was a central figure in which literary movement? Option B, the Romantic movement. Wordsworth played a key role in the Romantic movement, which emphasizing nature, emotion, and imagination. Wordsworth's influence can be seen can be seen in the works on option D, both B and C, Eliot and Coleridge, not Samuel Taylor Coleridge and Keats, not Eliot. Coleridge was his contemporary and collaborator. Lyrical ballads, while Keats was influenced by his nature poetry. Wordsworth's huge blank verse is most evident in option A, the Prelude. The Prelude is an autobiographical poem written in unrhymed iambic pentameter blank verse. Unrhymed iambic pentameter blank verse. Wordsworth's approach to nature was influenced by option C, his childhood experiences in the Lake District. His deep connection to nature came from his early life in the Lake District, shaping his poetic vision. Wordsworth's preface to lyrical ballads was important because option A, it presented his ideas on the purpose of poetry. The preface outlined Wordsworth's poetic principles, emphasizing ordinary language and the importance of emotion. The excursion is considered option A philosophical poem discussing nature. The excursion is a long poem that reflects on nature, philosophy, and human condition, continuing themes of from the prelude. The prelude is often regarded as option a philosophical autobiography. The Prelude is an autobiographical poem that explores Wordsworth's personal and intellectual development. Wordsworth wrote the Prelude to option A reflect on the stages of his life. The poem traces Wordsworth's life experience, particularly his connection to nature and its influence on his poetic mind. The white dove is of Rylstone was inspired by option C, the historical event surrounding a family tragedy. The poem is based on a tragic story of the Norton family who were involved in the Rising of the North 1569. Rising of the North. The subject of Peter Bell 1819 is option C, a man moral awakening. Peter Bell tells the story of a hardened criminal who experiences a spiritual transformation. Ecclesiastical Sonnets 1822 explores option C, the history of the church in England. These sonnets reflect on religious history, particularly the development of the Church of England. Laudamium is a poem inspired by option A, Greek mythology. Laodamia is based on the myth of Laodamia and Protesilaus, exploring themes of love, hate, and the afterlife. The prelude Wordsworth addresses of the idea of option C, the connection option A, the connection between a man and the natural world. The poem emphasizes the deep influence of nature on the poet's personal and philosophical growth. The ruined cottage highlights option C, the suffering of the poor in society. The poem tells the story of woman abandoned by her husband and her resulting hardship. London 1802 is a sonnet that expresses option B, a call for moral and cultural regeneration. Wordsworth addresses John Milton urging for a return to noble values in English society. Wordsworth's poetry was initially met with option A, indifference from critics. Early reception was mixed. Some critics found his focus on ordinary life and language unconventional. The lyrical ballads was controversial for option A, its departure from classical form and themes. The collection revolutionized poetry by using simple language and focusing on common people. One major aspect of Wordsworth's poetry that drew criticism was his option C, focus on the common man and rural life. Critics like Francis Jeffrey of the Edinburgh Review found Wordsworth's theme too simple and rustic. Wordsworth's poetic legacy is often seen as option D, a central element of the Romantic movement. His focus on emotion, nature, and imagination greatly influenced Romantic poetry. His works influenced later poets such as P.B. Shelley, Lord Byron, John Keats, all of the above. Option D. Shelley, Byron, and Keats all drew inspiration from Wordsworth's theme and poetic style. Wordsworth's portrayal of nature was revolutionary because option A, it made nature a primary subject for poetry. Unlike previous poets, Wordsworth saw nature as a spiritual and emotional force, not just a scenic background. Wordsworth's preface to lyrical ballads was important because it option A defended the use of common language in poetry. The preface laid out Wordsworth's poetic principles, emphasizing simplicity and emotional depth. When did Wordsworth pass away? Option B, April 23rd, 1850. William Wordsworth died on April 23rd, 1850 in Rydal Mount, England. Where did Wordsworth die? Option B. Ridal Mount. Wordsworth spent the latter years of his life at Ridal Mount, where he passed away at the age of 80. What was the age of William Wordsworth at the time of his death? Option B. 80. Born on 7 April 7, 1770. Died April 23rd, 1850 at the age of 10, 80. Ridal Mounts. William Wordsworth was buried in. Option D. Option B. St. Oswald Churchyard, Grasmere. Wordsworth was laid to the rest in Oswald Churchyard, Grasmere, where his grave remains a popular literary site. Which of his work was published posthumously after Wordsworth's death in 1850? The Prelude. The Prelude, considered Wordsworth's autobiographical epic or poem, was published in posthumously 1850. Wordsworth died shortly after the publication of option B, The Prelude. The Prelude was published a few months after Wordsworth's death in 1850. Wordsworth's home at the time of his death was option B, Ridal Mount. Wordsworth lived at Ridal Mount for nearly 37 years. From 1813 to his death. What was the cause of Wordsworth's death? Option D, respiratory illness. William Wordsworth died at the home of Ridal Mount from an aggravated case of pleurisy. Pleurisy on 23rd April 1850 and was buried at St. Oswald Church, Grasmere. His widow, Mary, published his lengthy autobiographical poem to Coleridge as the prelude several months after his death. William Wordsworth died on the same date as option C, St. George's Day. April 23rd is St. George's Day, the patron saint of England and also the date of Shakespeare's death. William Wordsworth's death marked at the end of which literary movement? Option B, Wordsworth's death is often considered a symbolic end to the Romantic era in England. William Wordsworth's death marked option C 1843. William Wordsworth was appointed Poet Laureate of the United Kingdom on April 6, 1843. He served in this role until his death on April 23, 1850. William Wordsworth succeeded which poet as Poet Laureate? Option C. Robert Southey. Robert Southey, who had served as a Poet Laureate since 1813, passed away in 1843, leading to Wordsworth's appointment. William Wordsworth was appointed Poet Laureate in recognition of his option B contribution to Romantic poetry. Wordsworth was honored primarily for his role in shaping English Romantic poetry, particularly through works like lyrical ballads and the Prelude. Wordsworth's tenure as a poet laureate lasted for option D 7 years. Wordsworth served as a poet laureate from 1843 to until his death in 1850, a period of 7 years. William Wordsworth's appointment as poet laureate was largely due to his option B legacy as a leading romantic poet. By the time of his appointment, Wordsworth was widely regarded as the greatest living English poet. Who was the monarch during Wordsworth's tenure as poet laureate? Option A Queen Victoria. Victoria was the monarch during William Wordsworth's tenure as poet laureate, United Kingdom, from 1843 to 1850. Queen Victoria appointed Wordsworth as poet laureate in 1843. Wordsworth was 73 years old at that time. He accepted the position on the condition that he would not be required to write words that marked the beginning of the laureateship as a reward for eminence in poetry rather than a position with specific duties. Wordsworth was succeeded by Alfred Lord Tennyson in 1850. Tennyson held the position until his death in 1892, marking his the longest serving laureate in British history. The Prelude, autobiographical epic poem in blank verse by William Wordsworth, published posthumously in 1850, originally planned as an introduction to another work. The poem is organized into 14 sections or books. 14 sections or books. Wordsworth first began on the poem in about 1798. It was not publishing during his lifetime. Option D. Correct answer. William Wordsworth was awarded the title of Poet laureate after the death of option C. Robert Southey. Southey's death in 1843 left the position of poet laureate vacant, leading to Wordsworth's appointment. Wordsworth's appointment Wordsworth's appointment as a poet laureate was seen as a option C, recognition of his significant contributions to poetry. Unlike the preceders, Wordsworth did not write official poems in his laureate capacity, as he accepted the title as an honor rather than a duty. Which of the following honors was not awarded to William Wordsworth during his lifetime? Option C, knighthood. While Wordsworth was given several honors, including an honorary degree from Oxford University in 1839, he was never knighted. Wordsworth's poetic philosophy primarily emphasized on the importance of option B, nature and the imagination. Wordsworth believed that nature and imagination played a central role in poetic inspiration and human experiences as seen in Tintern Abbey and the Prelude. In Laodamia, the protagonist Laodamia is the wife of option C, Protesilaus, Protesilaus. I was not clear that time. So this is right answer. A Greek hero who died in the Trojan War. I hope you like this video. At the brings of us to the end of our 500 most important series on part 3 on Wordsworth. We have covered his life, work, themes, poetic style, and influence, ensuring you're fully prepared for your examination. Remember, Wordsworth poetry is not just about nature, it's about life, emotions, and the power of imagination. Keep revising, stay confident, and trust your preparation. In this series, help if this series helped you, don't forget like, share, and subscribe to English Minds channel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello friends, good morning to all of you. Welcome to English Minds. Today we embark on an insightful journey into the world of William Wordsworth, the pioneer of Romanticism and the poet of nature. If you are preparing for TGT, PGT, UGC NET, assistant professor, or any other competitive exam, this series is your ultimate guide. We have meticulously compiled 500 most important questions covering Wordsworth's life, works, themes, poetic style, and literary contribution, ensuring a 100% exam oriented approach. So stay tuned, take notes, and let's master Wordsworth like never before. Let's begin. In Wordsworth poetry, nature is often depicted as option A, a backdrop of human struggles, option B, a reflection of divine beauty, option C, a symbol of industrial progress, option D, a place for human isolation. Option B. A reflection of divine beauty. Wordsworth saw nature as a divine of moral teacher. Poems like Tintern, Abbey, and the Prelude show nature's spiritual and transformative power. According to Wordsworth, the poet's role is to teach moral lessons. Wordsworth's poetry conveys moral and philosophical themes, but his primary aim was to express emotion and universal human experiences. Inspire political changes. Unlike Shelley and Byron, Wordsworth was not a radical political poet. Though he initially supported the French Revolution, his poetry later became more spiritual and personal. Criticized the political establishment. While he did criticize society in poems like London 1802, his poetry was not primarily political but philosophical and emotional. So, option C is correct answer. Express universal truth and emotions. Wordsworth believed poetry should capture deep emotions and universal truth about human life. Preface to lyrical ballads. In his preface to lyrical ballads, Wordsworth stresses the importance of option C, employing simple language and themes. He wanted poetry to be a section of the real language of men, making it accessible to all. Wordsworth defines poetry as a spontaneous overflow of option A, anger and frustration. While some poetry expresses anger, London 1802, Wordsworth focused on joy, tranquility, and deep emotions. Ideas and reason. Unlike neoclassicism, Wordsworth poetry prioritized emotions over reason, emotion from intellect. Wordsworth valued personal experience and deep feeling over intellectualism. So option C is correct answer. Powerful feelings. In preface to lyrical ballads, Wordsworth famously defines poetry as the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings which come from deep reflection and emotion. According to Wordsworth, the poet must be deeply connected to option C, nature and the common man. Wordsworth believed the poet should be a man speaking to men and emphasized rural life, ordinary people, and nature. Preface to lyrical ballads. Wordsworth's concept of emotion recollected in tranquility suggests that option B, emotions are best expressed in moments of calm reflection. In preface to lyrical ballads, he describes poetry as emotion recollected in tranquility, meaning that poets reflect on past emotions before expressing them. Wordsworth believed in the moral and spiritual power of nature, suggests that option B, nature serves as a source of healing and enlightenment. His poetry presents nature as a moral teacher, a healer, and a spiritual guide. The Prelude, lines written in early spring. Nature should be controlled and saved by human beings. No, nature. He opposed industrialization and believed in harmony between man and nature. Nature is indifferent to human experiences. No, Wordsworth saw nature as deeply connected to human emotions and morality. Tintin Abbey. Wordsworth's poetic philosophy is most aligned with which of the following moments? Option A, Neoclassicism. Neoclassicism poets like Pope and Dryden focused on reason, order, and classical ideas, which Wordsworth rejected. Realism. Realist writers like Dickens and George Eliot focused on society and real world condition, which is not Wordsworth's main focus. Modernism. 20th century in experimental and fragmented, unlike Wordsworth's natural and emotional approach. Then option B is correct answer. Romanticism. Wordsworth is a central figure in Romanticism, emphasizing emotion, nature, and individual experiences. William Wordsworth's religious beliefs can best be described as option C, pantheistic. Wordsworth saw God in nature, a key belief of in the pantheism. Tintern Abbey, the Prelude. Wordsworth's view of nature is closely tied to his belief in option A, God omnipresence and divine creation. Wordsworth viewed nature as a manifestation of the divine. Tintin Abbey. He believes align with pantheism, seeing God in nature. Which philosophical movement had a significant influence on Wordsworth's work? Option C. Transcendentalism. His ideas of nature's spiritual power influenced later transcendentalists like Emerson and Thoreau. Wordsworth often portrays nature as option C, a reflection of divine presence and spirituality. His poetry expresses pantheistic belief where nature reveals divine truth. In his poetry, Wordsworth believed that the human soul can find redemption and solace in option A, social reform. No. Wordsworth moved away from political activism and focused on personal transformation through nature. Option B, political revolution. Though he initially supported the French Revolution, he later believed that nature, not politics, shape in the human soul. The pursuit of knowledge. He valued wisdom from nature over intellectualism, contrasting with Enlightenment ideas. So option C is correct answer. Contemplation of nature. Wordsworth's poetry emphasizes how nature restored the soul and offers spiritual redemption. Wordsworth's philosophical ideas were shaped by the influence of which German philosophers? Option A. Immanuel Kant. Kant ideas on intuition, perception, and the mind shaping experiences influenced Wordsworth's belief that nature is the human mind interact to create meaning. Friedrich Nietzsche's philosophy was individualistic and skeptical, unlike Wordsworth's spiritual and nature-centered approach. Wordsworth believed that through the contemplation of nature, a person could option B develop a deeper connection with God and the divine. His poetry, especially in Tintern Abbey, expresses a spiritual connection with nature, seeing as it divine. Wordsworth's philosophical outlook on life was most aligned with which religious ideas? Option B Deism. Deism believes in God presence in nature and moral guidance through natural law, aligning with Wordsworth's pantheistic vision of the divine in nature. Unitarianism focuses on rational religious belief, but Wordsworth emphasized emotion over reason. Hinduism. While Hinduism also sees nature as divine, Wordsworth beliefs were were more Western in their interpretation of spirituality. Calvinism, emphasizing predestination and human depravity, which contradicts Wordsworth's beliefs in personal spiritual growth through nature. In the Prelude, Wordsworth expresses a sense of divine presence in nature, suggesting that option C, nature embodies a higher spiritual reality. The Prelude describes nature as a teacher and a divine presence that shapes human life. Wordsworth believed in the wisdom of the heart, reflects his view that option A, emotional intuition, is superior to intellectual reasoning. Wordsworth emphasized emotion, instinct, and inner wisdom over cold rationality, preface to lyrical ballad. William Wordsworth, Poems in Two Volumes, was published in option A 1798. It marks the publication of Lyrical Ballad. Option B 1800. The second edition of Lyrical Ballads was published in 1800. Option C 1807. Poem in Two Volumes was published in 1807, containing famous poems like Ode Intimations of Immortality and I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud. Which of the following poems was included in Poems in Two Volumes 1807? Option Option A I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud. This famous poem, inspired by daffodils near Ullswater Lake, was included in Poem in Two Volumes 1807. Although My Heart Leaps Up, although written around the same time, it was not included in the 1807 collection. Poems in Two Volumes 1807 marked a shift in Wordsworth's poetic style towards option B, focus on personal reflection and introspection. This collection contains deeply personal poems reflecting on childhood, memory, and the passage of time, ode intimations of a mortality. Which poems in in two volumes reflects Wordsworth's thought on the transient nature of life and the value of solitude. Option C. Resolution and Independence. This poem reflects on the struggle of a solitary figure, the leech gatherer, and the fleeting nature of happiness, aligning with Wordsworth's themes of solitude and perseverance. The autobiographical nature of many poems in two volumes reflects Wordsworth's belief in option A, the importance of poetic imagination over personal experiences. No, Wordsworth valued real life emotions and experiences rather than pure imagination. Real life emotion and ex- experiences. The need of poetry to focus on political topics. He moved away from political themes after his early days. The significance of the poet's personal life. Wordsworth believed personal life and emotion were essential to great poetry. Then, significance, not insignificant. Option C is correct answer. The value of personal experience and emotional response in poetry. His romantic philosophy emphasized personal emotion, memory, and nature's impact on the soul. Which poem from poems in two volumes deals with the theme of the poet's relationship with nature and its healing power? Option A, The Solitary Reaper. The poem describes a Scottish girl singing while working in the field, emphasizing the power of song and memory rather than healing through nature. Option B, The Prelude. The Prelude is an autobiographical epic not included in the poems in two volumes. Option D, The Two April Mornings. Though it deals with memory and loss, it does not focus on the poet's personal healing through nature. So option C is correct answer. Resolution and independence. This poem reflects Wordsworth's struggle and melancholy and how he finds inspiration from the old leech gatherer resilience. It emphasizes nature healing influence. The poem Resolution and Independence in poem in two volumes is an example of Wordsworth's ability to option A portray the supernatural. Unlike Coleridge, the rhyme of ancient mariner, Wordsworth focused on real life experiences rather than supernatural element. Option B expressed despair over personal loss. While the poem acknowledges sadness, it ultimately celebrates resilience and wisdom, not despair. Create mythological narratives? No. Wordsworth's poetry was grounded in real life experiences, not mythology. Then option C is correct answer. Reflect on personal challenges and triumphs through nature. The poem shows how an encounter with an old leech gatherer inspired Wordsworth to preserve through hardship. Poems in two volumes, 1807, features themes of option A, social reform and politics. Wordsworth's focus has shifted away from politics after the 1790s. Option C, the struggle between man and machine. This is more of a Victorian era theme. Wordsworth focused on nature spiritual power, nationalism and patriotism. While later in the life he wrote patriotic poem, this collection is more personal and reflective. Option B is correct answer. Natural beauty, the passage of time and self-reflection. Poem like ode intimations of immortality and resolution and independence explore the fleeting nature of youth, the power of nature and deep introspection. William Wordsworth married option B Mary Hutchinson. Annie Valen. Wordsworth had romantic romantic relationship with Annie Valen during his stay in France and they had a daughter, Caroline. but he did not marry her. Dorothy Wordsworth was his sister. She was a close companion and inspiration for his poetry. Sarah Hutchinson. She was Mary Hutchinson's sister, not Wordsworth's wife. So option B is correct answer. Wordsworth married Mary Hutchinson in option B 1802. Wordsworth married Mary Hutchinson on October 4, 1802 in a small ceremony in Yorkshire. 1900 was working of lyrical ballads. How many children did William Wordsworth have with his wife Mary Hutchinson? Option D 4. William and Mary had 4 children: John, Dora, Thomas, Catherine. John approximately 1803, Dora 1804, Thomas 1806, over Catherine 1808. 3, 4, 6, 8. That's good. Wordsworth's wife Mary Hutchinson was option B, a school teacher and childhood friend. Mary and Wordsworth knew each other since childhood, and she had worked as a school teacher before marriage. William and Mary Wordsworth marriage was arranged by their families. No, their marriage was not arranged. They chose each other. They chose each other. Option C, not a happy one due to constant disagreements. No, their marriage was strong and loving. Option D, controversial because of political differences. No, Mary shared beliefs, Wordsworth beliefs and supported his work. So option D is correct answer. A result of mutual affection and a long courtship. They had known each other since childhood and maintained a lifelong bond. William and Mary Wordsworth children included option C, John, Dora and Catherine. The relationship between William Wordsworth and his wife Mary was influenced by option B, their mutual love for literature and nature. Mary and William shared a deep appreciation for poetry and nature. Mary also had transcribed and edit Wordsworth's work. Dorothy Wordsworth, William's sister, had a close relationship with option B. William and often lived with them. Dorothy lived with William and Mary for most of her life and played a major role in his creative inspiration. William Wordsworth's wife, Mary Hutchinson, played a significant role in option A. Managing their household and finances. Mary was responsible for managing the household, taking care of their children, and helping William organize his poetry. William Wordsworth's married life with Mary Hutchinson was marked by option B. Their shared rich rural lifestyle and contentment. They lived peacefully in the Lake District and shared a simple, nature focused life. William Wordsworth visited Germany in option B 1798. 1795, William Wordsworth received a legacy from Russell Calvert, which helped him settle financially. Russell Calvert. In 1798 to 1799, Wordsworth traveled to Germany with his sister Dorothy and fellow poets Samuel Taylor Coleridge. 1800, Wordsworth had returned to England and settled in Dove Cottage. 1802, William Wordsworth visited France, not Germany. Wordsworth's time in Germany was spent primarily in the region of option C, Hanover. Wordsworth stayed in Gloucester, in a town of Hanover during his time of Germany. Which of the following events influenced William Wordsworth's visit to Germany? Option B, the French Revolution. The French Revolution 1789 to 1799 made England politically unstable, leading Wordsworth to travel to Germany for intellectual and poetic inspiration. Wordsworth married May Mary in 1802. His German trip. Wordsworth completed his studies at Cambridge in 1791, well before his trip. Wordsworth was never involved in the Napoleon War. So option B is correct answer. In Germany, Wordsworth was particularly influenced by option A, German Romanticism and its philosophy. Wordsworth was deeply influenced by German Romantic ideas, especially nature, individual emotion, and philosophy. During his visit to Germany, Wordsworth was particularly influenced by which German philosopher? Option A. Immanuel Kant. Kant ideas on subjective experiences, nature and perception influenced Wordsworth romantic philosophy. After his time in Germany, Wordsworth moved to the Lake District in option B 1799. After returning from Germany, he moved to Dove Cottage in the Lake District in December 1799. The Lake District, where Wordsworth spent much of his life, is located in option D, North West England. The Lake District in Cumbria, North West England, where Wordsworth lived most of his life. Wordsworth's decision to settle in the Lake District was motivated by option D, all of the above. His desire to escape from urban life, his fascination with the landscape potential for inspiration, his connection with the local community. Wordsworth disliked the industrialization and urbanization city. The scenic beauty of the Lake District deeply influenced his poetry. Wordsworth was close to rural community, often writing about them. So his love for nature, rural simplicity, and poetry all influenced his decision to live in the Lake District. The Lake District is known for its option A, lush valleys, mountains, and picturesque lake. The Lake District is famous for its breathtaking landscape, including lakes, hills, and valleys. Wordsworth's time in the Lake District influenced much of his poetry, which often celebrated option A, the beauty and power of nature. Wordsworth's poetry is filled with admiration for nature, inspired by the Lake District. The Borderer by William Wordsworth was written in option A 1793. The Borderer, Wordsworth's only play, was written in 1793. By 1798 was focused on lyrical ballads, collab work Wordsworth and Coleridge. 19 by Wordsworth, 4 books by Coleridge. The Rime of Ancient Mariner is first book, and Tintern Abbey in last books. Total book 23. The Borders was originally intended to be a option A play. The Borderer is a verse tragedy written by William Wordsworth between 1796 to 97. It was his only attempt at writing a full length play. Wordsworth composed it in blank verse. Words tragedy written in blank verse. Unrhymed iambic pentameter. Following a tradition of Elizabethan and Jacobean dramatists. The theme of the border primarily deals with option D, the inner conflict of a man torn between duty and personal desire. The play revolves around the protagonist, Marmaduke, and who faces a moral dilemma when he is manipulated by his mentor, Oswald, into committing murder. The play examines moral corruption, psychological torment, the betrayal, making this is correct. The Borderer was inspired by Wordsworth's interest in option B, the historical and cultural struggle of the northern English and Scottish border. Wordsworth set in the play in the medieval period along the English-Scottish border, reflecting on lawlessness, power struggle, and moral dilemmas. He was inspired by historical conflicts and in the border regions. The border is set in option C, the English and Scottish border regions. The play takes place in the Anglo-Scottish borderlands during medieval times. The reign was historically known for its violence and lawlessness, providing the backdrop for the play's themes of treachery and morality. The Border was never published in its entirety during Wordsworth's lifetime because option A, Wordsworth was dissatisfied with the play's quality. Wordsworth withdrew the play from publication in 1797 after a negative response from Samuel Taylor Coleridge, who criticized its structure and philosophical depth. Wordsworth himself later felt the play was flawed. Which of the following was which of the following is true about the border? Option A, it was a great success in the theatrical world. No. The Border was never performed in Wordsworth's lifetime and did not gain recognition in the theoretical world. Option C. It was written as a moral lesson about honor and revenge. While the play deals with morality, it is more focused on psychological manipulation. and moral conflict. Corruption than a simple lesson on honor and revenge. It was never completed by Wordsworth. No, the play was completed in 1970, 1797. But Wordsworth chose not to publish it due to criticism from Coleridge. It was later published posthumously in 1842. So option B is correct answer. It was heavily influenced by Shakespearean drama. Wordsworth plays follows a traditional of Shakespearean tragedy, especially especially in its use to blank verse, psychological depth, and moral conflict. The themes of betrayal and inner turmoil are reminiscent of Shakespeare plays like Macbeth and Hamlet. Wordsworth's intention for The Borderer was to create a work that examined option B, the moral struggle of individual caught in the throes of conflict. The central character, Marmaduke, is manipulated into committing murder, leading a deep psychological and moral turmoil. Wordsworth uses the play to explore themes of guilt, deception, and conscience. Despite its lack of publication, The Borderer was important because it represented option B, his experimentation with dramatic from a dialogue form of and dialogue. This play was Wordsworth's only major dramatic work, marking an important phase in his literary development. It shows his experimentation with blank verse and dramatic storytelling. The Borderer is an example of Wordsworth's attempts to option A, write purely for entertainment. The play was a serious philosophical and psychological exploration, not just for entertainment. Option C, focus solely and religious theme. No, while morality is a key of theme, the play was not overly religious. Avoid any form of political critique. Wordsworth was influenced by revolutionary ideas, and while The Border is not explicitly political, it does engage with power and manipulation. So option B is correct answer. Engage with historical and personal tragedy. The play is set in medieval England, dealing with themes of betrayal, moral dilemma, and personal tragedy. Wordsworth was also processing his own philosophical struggle at that time, influenced by his disillusionment with the French Revolution. William Wordsworth's early education took place as option C, the grammar school at Hoxton. Wordsworth attended Hoxton Grammar School and the Lake District from 77 to 1787, 1779 to 1787, where he developed his love for poetry and nature. After completing his education, Wordsworth first traveled to Option A, France. After graduating from St. John College, Cambridge in 1791, Wordsworth traveled to France. He was drawn to the ideals of the French Revolution and developed a deep admiration for its principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. During this same time, he had a romantic relationship with Annie Valen, which resulted in the birth of their daughter Caroline. William Wordsworth's first major influence during his early career was option C, the French Revolution. Wordsworth's early career was deeply shaped by the French Revolution. His experience in France 1791 to 1792 inspired to him embrace radical political ideas were, which were reflected in his early poetry, including descriptive sketches in 1793. However, he later became disillusioned with the revolution's violent turn. Wordsworth first published poetry in option A 1793. Wordsworth first published work as An Evening Walk and Descriptive Sketches. Walk and Descriptive Sketches. 1793. These poems reflect his early enthusiasm for nature and revolutionary ideas and were influenced by his experience in France. In 1791, Wordsworth spent time in France during option B, the French Revolution. Wordsworth lived in France from 1791 to 1792. Witnessing the height of the French Revolution, he sympathized with republican ideals, and his time to France profoundly influenced his political and poetic views. William Wordsworth's early career was marked by his option A engagement with politics and the French Revolution. Wordsworth was deeply involved in revolutionary ideals during his early career. His radical political beliefs are evident in his 1793 poems and in his admiration for Republican cause. However, later became disillusioned, especially after witnessing the reign of terror. Wordsworth's early career took a significant turn when he met option A Coleridge. Wordsworth met Samuel Taylor Coleridge in 1795, and their friendship significantly influenced his literary career. They collaborated on lyrical ballads 1798, which marked of the beginning of the Romantic movements. William Wordsworth's major poetry collection Descriptive Sketches was published in option B 1793. Descriptive Sketches was Wordsworth's first major collection, publishing along with An Evening Walk. These poems were inspired by his travels with France and the Alps and reflects his early enthusiasm for revolutionary ideas. An Evening Walk, 1793, one of Wordsworth's early works, was written during his time in option B, the Lake District. An Evening Walk, 1793, was composed when Wordsworth was living in the Lake District. The poem describes nature in vivid detail. The publication of Lyrical Ballads in 1798 marked the beginning of Wordsworth's option B collaboration with Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Lyrical Ballads 1798 was a joint work with Coleridge featuring poems by both poets. Coleridge contributed the rhyme of Ancient Mariner while Wordsworth Tintern Abbey became one of his most famous works. The collection emphasized ordinary language and everyday subjects, laying the foundation of Romantic poetry. William Wordsworth's relationship with Annie Valen took place in option C. France. Wordsworth met Annie Valen in France 1792. While he was there during the French Revolution, their relationship led to the birth of their daughter Caroline. But Wordsworth had to leave France due to political tensions and financial struggle. Germany Wordsworth Germany visited in Germany 1798 to 99, but this was long after his relationship with Alan Wallon. Wordsworth met Annie Wallon in 1793. Wordsworth met Annie Wallon in 1792 while in France, but their relationship continued into 1793 when their daughter was born. He had traveled to France in 1791 to witness the effect of the French Revolution firsthand. By 1795, Wordsworth had already returned to England and had ended his relationship with Alan Wallon due to financial struggle and political unrest. By 1800, Wordsworth had settled in Dub Cottage in the Lake District. Dub Cottage, Lake District. Annie Wallon was from Option B. France. Anne Boleyn was a French woman. She was born in Blois, France, and belonged to an aristocratic family. William Wordsworth and Anne Boleyn have had a child named option D. C. Caroline. Wordsworth and Anne Boleyn had a daughter named Caroline, born in 1792 in France. Dora was Wordsworth's daughter with his wife, Mary Hutchinson. Anne, the child, was not named after her mother. William Wordsworth and Anne Boleyn relationship was influenced by option A, the French Revolution. Wordsworth and Boleyn met in France during his visit in 1791. However, due to the outbreak of the French Revolution and political tensions between England and France, Wordsworth had to return to England, leading to their separation. Anne Boleyn was a French woman who lived in option D, Blois. Anne Boleyn was born and raised in Blois, a town in central France known for its historical and aristocratic connections. The reason William Wordsworth and Anne Boleyn were separated was due to option A, his return to England because of the war between Britain and France. In 1792, Wordsworth left France, intending to return, but the outbreak of war between Britain and France 1793 made it impossible due to worsening political relations. English men were considered enemies, and Wordsworth could not return to Anne and their daughter Caroline. After their separation, Wordsworth maintained a relationship with Anne Boleyn through option C, financial support for their child. Wordsworth did not maintain direct contact with Anne Boleyn for several years, but he did provide financial support for their daughter Caroline. In 1802, when Britain and France reached temporary peace treaty and amends, Wordsworth visited France to meet Caroline and settle financial matters for her future. Wordsworth's relationship with Anne Boleyn had an impact on his poetry, especially in his treatment of option A, love and separation. Wordsworth's poems often reflect themes of lost love, separation, and longing. Influenced by his experience with Anne, some critics suggest that poems such as Wondercore and Julia and Farewell Lines contains echoes of this period in his life. And Julia. Anity Valen is largely remembered in Wordsworth poetry in connection with option A, the theme of separation and loss. Wordsworth's separation from Anity Valen and dear daughter Caroline deeply influenced his poetry themes of loss, longing, in distant love. Although he did not write explicitly about Anity, elements of his early emotional struggle appears in works Guilt and Sorrow, and other lyrical meditations. William Wordsworth was born in the year option B 1770. William Wordsworth was born on April 7, 70 in the Cockermouth, Cumberland, England. William Wordsworth's father, John Wordsworth, worked as a option B lawyer. John Wordsworth was a lawyer and worked as a agent of Sir James Lowther, managing his legal affairs. William Wordsworth's mother, Anne Wordsworth, died when he was option B 7 years old. Anne Wordsworth passed away in 1778. Wordsworth was 7 years old. William Wordsworth was the option B second born child of his family. First, William Wordsworth was second of his 5 children. Option A, sorry, first Richard Wordsworth, two William Wordsworth, as we know, second child, third Dorothy, fourth John Wordsworth, and fifth Christopher. Christopher, youngest. Firstborn of his family, his older brother Richard was firstborn. First Richard, third Dorothy, and last Christopher. Wordsworth was educated at option C Hoxie Grammar School. After his mother's death, Wordsworth was sent to Hoxie Grammar School in 1779, where he received a strong foundation in literature. William Wordsworth attended St. John College, Cambridge University between the years. Option B 17 sorry 1787. This is typo error to 1791. Wordsworth attended St. John College, graduating for BA degree. The death of Wordsworth's father had a significant impact on his option D financial situation. John Wordsworth died in 1783, leaving behind a unpaid debt which led to severe financial difficulties for the Wordsworth family. The children depended on relatives for financial support, and legal disputes over inheritance made their situation worse. During his time at Cambridge, Wordsworth developed a strong interest in option A political theory. Wordsworth was deeply influenced by French Revolution and liberal political ideas. He initially supported democratic and republican ideas, believing in freedom and equality. Wordsworth's younger sister, Dorothy Wordsworth, was an important figure in his life. She was born in the year option A 1775. Dorothy Wordsworth was born on December 25, 1771. She played a crucial role in Wordsworth's literary career, keeping detailed journals that influenced his poetry. William Wordsworth's formal education was completed at option A Cambridge. Wordsworth studied at St. John College, Cambridge in 1787 to 1791. 87 to 1791, and he earned BA degree. The child of is the father of man. Option B My Heart Leaps Up. The famous line appears in My Heart Leaps Up 1802, a short lyric poem where Wordsworth reflects on the continuity of childhood and adulthood in human experiences. It expresses the idea that our childhood experience shape up our future selves. Ode to Duty, written in 1805, it about moral responsibility and duty, not childhood influence. The Solitary Reaper, a pastoral poem about Highland girls singing, published in 1807. Michael, a narrative poem about father and son relationship, published in 1800. Bliss was in it and dawned to be alive. but to be young was very heaven. Option C, the Prelude. This line appears in Book 10 of the Prelude 1805, revised 1850. Wordsworth described his initial excitement about the French Revolution and the hope it inspired. The phrase captures the idealism of youth and the early enthusiasm for revolutionary exchange. London 1802. The poem is a sonnet addressed to Milton, lamenting the decline of English values. French Revolution. The line is about the revolution, but it is from the Prelude. The Excursion, 9 books. The long philosophical poem does not contain this line. Our birth is but a sleeping and forgetting. Option A, old intimations of immortality. These lines are from Ode, Intimations of Immortality from Recollection of Early Childhood, 1807. Wordsworth expresses his belief and pre-existence that the soul exists before birth and gradually loses its divine knowledge and its growth. The world is too much with us. The poem critiques materialism and loss of connection with nature. We are seven. A ballad about child view of life and death. Tintern Abbey. A poem about memory, nature, and personal growth. Earth has not anything to show more fair. Option B. Composed upon Westminster Bridge. These opening lines are from upon Westminster Bridge, September 3rd, 1802. Wordsworth praises the serene beauty of London at the early morning. The Table Turn, a poem urging readers to learn from nature, not books. Resolution and Independence, a poem about a wandering leech gatherer and resilience. To the Cuckoo, a poem celebrating the joyful call of cuckoo bird. Come forth into the light of things. Nature, let nature be your teacher. Option B. The Table Turn. These lines are from The Table Turn 1798, where Wordsworth urges people to learn from nature rather than books. The Thorn, a dramatic monologue about a woman's grief. The Prelude, an autobiographical poem about Wordsworth's spiritual and poetic development. Michael, a pastoral poem about an old shepherd and his son. I wandered lonely as a cloud. Option C. This is the famous opening line of the I wandered lonely as a cloud 1807. The poem describes a field of golden daffodils and their impact on Wordsworth's imagination. The Excursion, a philosophical poem. Prelude, autobiographical poem. The Ruined Cottage, a melancholic poem about loss and suffering. melancholic poem about loss and suffering. The world is too much with us, late and soon. Option C. This is the opening line of the Wordsworth sonnet. Wordsworth sonnet, the world is too much with us 1807. The poem criticized materialism and the loss of connection with nature in the modern world. Milton, thou at this hour, shouldst being living at this hour. Option B, London 1802, published 1807. The poem is a sonnet addressed to Milton lamenting the decline of moral values in England. She dwelt among the untrodden ways. Option D. This is the opening line is the Lucy poems. She dwelt among the untrodden ways 1799. The poem mourns a simple, unnoticed girl who lived in obscurity and died young. A slumber did my spirit see. This is the opening line of A Slumber Did My Spirit See, 1799. Another Lucy poems. It reflects on death, immortality, and passage of time. Death, immortality, and passage of time. And last but not least, this city now doth like a garment, wear the beauty of the morning. Option B, composed upon Miss Westminster Bridge. This line appears the in composed upon Westminster Bridge, September 3rd, 1802. Wordsworth praises the tranquil beauty of London in early morning. To the Cuckoo, a poem about nature and memory. Nature and memory. Tintern Abbey focuses on personal reflection, nature and nature. The Prelude, autobiographical and philosophical. The Prelude, 1850, posthumously published. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven. The mind of man is framed like even like a breath of harmony of music. So option B is correct answer. I hope you liked this video. Thanks for watching. At this brings us to the end of our 500 most important MCQs series on William Wordsworth Part 4. We have covered his life, works, themes, poetic style, and influence, covering all aspects, ensuring you're fully prepared for UGC, TGC, UGC NET, TGT, PGT, and other state examination. Remember, Wordsworth poetry is not just about nature, it's about life, immortality, and emotions, and the power of imagination. Keep revising, stay confident, and trust your preparation. If this series helpful you, don't forget like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Thank you. Hello friends, welcome to English Minds. Today we embark on an insightful journey into the world of William Wordsworth, the pioneer of Romanticism and the poet of nature. If you preparing for TGT, PGT, UGC NET and other state competitive exams, this series is your ultimate guide. We have meticulously compiled 500 most important questions covering Wordsworth's life, works, themes, poetic style, and literary contributions, ensuring a 100% exam-oriented approach from lyrical ballads to the Prelude, from Tintern Abbey to Lucy poems. We have no stone unturned. So stay tuned, take notes, and let's master Wordsworth like never before. Let's begin. My heart leaps up when I behold a rainbow in the sky. Option B. My heart leaps up. My heart leaps up when I behold a rainbow in sky. This poem, also known as the Rainbow, was written by William Wordsworth in 1802. It is a short lyrical poem that expresses the poet's joy and the sight of a rainbow and his deep connection with nature from childhood to old age. The famous line from this poem, the child is the father of man. The child is the father of man, emphasizes the the continuity of human experiences and the impact of childhood impressions on adulthood. Wordsworth highlights nature's eternal body and its role in shaping human emotions, and I could wish my days to be bound each to each by natural pity. For oft when on my couch I lie in vacant or in pensive mood. Option B. Daffodils. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high over vales and hills. The famous lyrical poem was written in 1804 and published in 1807. It describes that the poet's joyful recollection of a field on golden daffodils that he once saw near Ullswater Lake in the Lake District. The poem follows a four stanza structure with a simple yet musical rhythm. The given line refers to the poet's spontaneous overflow of emotion, where he recalls the beauty of the daffodils in moments of solitude. Wordsworth's philosophy of of nature is central to this poem, emphasizing how natural beauty can bring spiritual enlightenment and joy. And last line, and then my heart with pleasure fills and dances with the daffodils. Nature never did betray the heart that loved her. Option B. 5 years have passed, 5 summers, with the length of 5 long winters. Line composed Miles Tintin above Tintin Abbey, commonly known as Tintin Abbey, was written in 1798 and included in lyrical ballads. This poem marks Wordsworth's return to the banks of river Wye after 5 years and reflect his evolving relationship with nature. The given line expresses Wordsworth's deep trust in nature, highlighting his belief that nature provides peace, wisdom, and moral guidance to those who love it. The poem transitions from childish admiration of nature to a more philosophical and spiritual understanding of its role in human life. Ending line, nor wilt thou then forget that after many wanderings, many years of absence, these steep woods and lofty cliffs and this green pastoral landscape were to me more dear, both of themselves and for thy sake. One impulse from a vernal wood may teach you more of man. Option B. The table turned. Up, my friend, and quit your books, or surely you will grow double. The Table Turn is an argumentative lyrical poem, part of the Lyrical Ballads collection 1798. In this poem, Wordsworth encourages the reader to embrace nature rather than rely solely on bookish knowledge. The given line conveys Wordsworth's romantic belief that nature is the best teacher and can offer wisdom beyond human intellect and academic learning. He contrasts book learning with experimental learning from the natural world, reinforcing the core ideals of romantic poetry. Ending line, come forth into the light of things, let nature be your teacher. Sweet is the lore which nature brings. Option B. The table turned. The Table Turn is a didactic poem from Lyrical Ballads 1798. Wordsworth urges the reader to abandon bookish knowledge and embrace nature as a true teacher. The given lines suggest that knowledge provided by nature is pure, joyful, and enlightening, unlike the dull and repetitive nature of academic study. The poem is a manifestation of Wordsworth's romantic philosophy, emphasizing intuition and experimental learning over rigid intellectualism. Come forth into the light of things, let nature be your teacher. Getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. Option A, the world is too much with us. The world is too much with us, late and soon, getting and we lay waste our powers. The poem is a sonnet written in 1802, criticizing the materialism of the industrial age. The given line highlights how people are consumed by worldly pursuit, earning and spending money, and in doing so lose their connection with nature. Wordsworth mourns the fact of modern man and forsaken nature's beauty in pursuit of material wealth. He even expresses a desire to be a pagan, as ancient belief were more in tune with nature. Great God, I had rather be a pagan, suckled in a creed out worn, thou unassuming commonplace of nature. Option A, to the cuckoo. O blithe never newcomer. O blithe newcomer. I have heard, I hear thee and rejoice. To the Cuckoo is a lyrical poem in which Wordsworth expresses his joy upon hearing to the call of the cuckoo bird. This given line suggests that the cuckoo is a simple yet magical presence in nature. The poem explores themes and childhood nostalgia and the mystical aspects of nature. The bird is symbolic of imagination, freedom, and the power of memories. Ending line thrice welcome, darling of the spring, even yet thou art to me no bird, but an invisible thing, a voice, a misery. What though the radiance which was once so bright be now forever taken from my sight? Option A, Ode Intimations of Immortality. There was a time when meadow, grove, and stream, the earth, and every common sight to me did seem apparelled and celestial light. Ode Intimations of Immortality is a philosophical poem written in 1804, reflecting on the loss of childhood innocence and spiritual wisdom. The given line mourns the loss of youthful vision, acknowledging that as we age, the world loses its magical and divine glow. Wordsworth's theory of pre-existence suggests that children come from a divine realm and gradually lose their celestial connection as they grow older. Despite his loss, Wordsworth finds comfort in nature and memory. To me, the meanest flower that blow can give thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears. This is last line. And then my heart with pleasures fill and dances with the daffodils. Option B is correct answer. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high over vales and hills. Daffodils, also known as I wandered lonely as a cloud, is one of Wordsworth's most famous nature poems. The given line conveys the poem's central themes, the power of memory and nature to bring joy even in solitude. Wordsworth recalls seeing a field of golden daffodils and describes how the memory of the flowers continues to uplift his spring spirit long after the moment has passed. The poem is a classic example of romantic poetry, emphasizing emotions, imagination, and personal connection with nature. And the last line, and then my heart with pleasure fills and dances with the daffodils. Nature is as a spiritual guide. Wordsworth sees nature as a teacher, guiding human emotions and moral values. His poems emphasizing imagination, childhood, nostalgia, and loss of innocence. The world is too much with us critiques, industrialization, and material greed. Poem like Daffodils highlights how memories of nature brings lasting joy. Intimations of Immortality explores the soul, divine origin, and childhood innocence. So, option B is correct answer. The best portion of a god man's good man's life, his title, nameless, unremembered acts of kindness and of love. Option B, Tintin Abbey. These lines composed Lines composed a few miles above Tintern Abbey, commonly known as a Tintern Abbey, was written in 1798 during Wordsworth's second visit to the Wye Valley. The poem reflects on memory, nature, and passage of time. The given line highlights the idea that small, selfless act of kindness define the true essence of a good life. Wordsworth conveys that the quiet impact of good deeds goes beyond mere recognition and it is the foundation of human virtue. Nor wilt thou then forget that after many wanderings, many years of absence, these steep woods and lofty cliffs and their green pastoral landscape were to me more dear both for themselves and for thy sake. A creature not too bright or good for human nature's daily food. Option B. She was a phantom of delight. She saw a phantom of delight when first she gleamed upon my sight. She was a phantom of delight. It's a romantic lyric poem written in 1804 about Wordsworth's wife Mary Hutchinson. The poem idealizes female beauty and grace, but the given line suggests that the subject is not a divine being but a woman of real human qualities. Wordsworth presents a three-phase view of a woman as a mysterious vision, phantom of delight, a practical partner, and an angelic figure. A perfect woman, nobly planned. to warm, to comfort, to command, and yet a spirit still and bright with something on angelic light. I have ever felt a presence that disturbed me with the joy or of elevated thoughts. Option C, Tintin Abbey. The given line is the part of Tintin Abbey and refers to the spiritual presence in nature that influences Wordsworth thought. Wordsworth described nature as a source of divine inspiration, shaping his moral and intellectual growth. He emphasized the sublime power of nature, which elevates the human spirit beyond material concerns. There is a pleasure in poetic pains which only poets know. Option B, resolution and independence. There was a roaring in the wind all night. The rain came heavily and fell in floods. Resolution and Independence 1802 is a lyrical and philosophical poem that depicts Wordsworth's encounter with an old leech gatherer. The given line suggests that poetry involves deep emotions and struggles which only poets truly understand. The poem highlights Wordsworth's self doubt and the importance of resilience in the face of hardship. God, I said I, be my help and stay secure. I will think of the leech gatherer on the lonely moor. A youth to whom was given so much of earth, so much of heaven. Option A, the prelude. Oh, there is a blessing in this gentle breeze that blow from the green fields and from the clouds. The Prelude is an autobiographical epic poem that narrates Wordsworth's personal and poetic development. The given line describes the balance between the earthly and the divine is in a young poet's life. Wordsworth portrays youth as a time of wonder and idealism, where one is deeply connected with nature and the sublime. Last line, prophets of nature, we to them will speak a lasting inspiration, sanctified by reason, blessed by faith. What we have loved, others will love, and we will teach them how. Wordsworth's deep connection with nature, his poetry emphasizes the spiritual and moral impact of nature. The poet explores personal emotions, memory, and the development of self awareness. Tintin Abbey, the prelude, reflects on the passage of time and human consciousness. Resolution and independence teach the importance of perseverance. Romantic vision of love and beauty, she was a phantom of delight portrays the idealized yet realistic image of love. Whose dwelling is the light of setting suns. Option D, old intimations of immortality. There was a time when meadow, grove, and stream, the earth and every common sight, to me did seem apparel, the celestial light. Old intimations of immortality from recollection. of early childhood was composed in 1804 and published in 1807. The given line refers to a divine eternal presence in nature that remains even when the freshness of childhood perception fades. The poem reflects Wordsworth's belief that the soul is immortal and retains memories of a divine existence before birth. Ending line to me the meanest flower that blows can give thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears. Plain living and high thinking are no more. Option C. The world is too much with us. The world is too much with us, late and soon, getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. This sonnet, written in 1802, critiques the materialism of the industrial age. The line laments that society has abandoned simplicity and intellectual depth in favor of material wealth. Wordsworth contrasts the spiritual loss of modern society with the reverence for nature found in ancient times. Great God, I had rather be a pagan suckled in a Crete outworm. No motion has he now, no force. See, neither hears nor sees. Option B. A slumber did my spirit seal. A slumber did my spirit seal. I had no human fears. A slumber did my spirit seal. 1798 is one of Wordsworth's Lucy poems reflecting on death and immortality. The given lines describe how Lucy, once full of life, has become part of the eternal cycle of nature. The poem conveys a calm acceptance of death, and Lucy is now beyond that reach of time and decay. Rolled round in earth's diurnal course with rocks and stones and trees. Something that cannot die, that thought is mine. Option D. Laudamia, with sacrifice before the rising morn, performed by promised duty, Dali was fulfilled. Laodamia is a narrative poem based on the Greek myth of Laodamia and Protesilaus. The poem explores the themes of love, loss, and longing for immortality. The given line reflects Laodamia's belief in a love and transcendence death. Even Protesilaus, her husband, had died in the Trojan War. Learned by a mortal yearning to ascend, seeking a higher object. In that sweet mood, with pleasant thoughts bring sad thoughts to the mind. Option A. Tintin Abbey. 5 years have passed, 5 summers, and with the length of 5 long winters. This line expresses Wordsworth's idea that joy and nostalgia often come with a touch of sadness. In Tintin Abbey, the poet revisits the Wye Valley and reflects on the passage of time and the change in the perception of nature. The poem explores memory, nature influences, and the contrast between youthful exuberance and mature reflections. Not in entire forgetfulness and not in utter nakedness. Option B. Old intimations of immortality. There was a time when meadow, grove, and stream, the earth and every common sight, to me did seem apparelled and celestial light. This line suggests that the soul retains some memory of its divine origin even after birth. Wordsworth presents the idea that childhood is a period of spiritual clarity, and as people grow, they lose touch with their celestial origins. The poet reflects Platonism, where pre existence and the soul's journey are central ideas. Option A. Tintin Abbey. Option B. Old intimations of immortality. She lived unknown, and few could know when Lucy ceased to be. Option C. She dwelt among the untrodden ways. The poem belongs to the Lucy series, a group of poems dedicated to an unknown girl named Lucy. The poet reflects Wordsworth's admiration for unnoticed beauty and his melancholic acceptance of mortality. Lucy is portrayed as a solitary and dedicated presence whose life and death pass almost unnoticed. But she is in her grave, and oh, the difference to me. Nor shall she hear the voice of morning. Option C. A slumber did my spirit seal. This poem, part of Lucy series, portrays Lucy as someone who has become one with nature after death. The line indicates that she is beyond the reach of human suffering and sorrow. Wordsworth's philosophy of death as a return to nature is central to the poem. There was a roaring in the wind all night. Option B, the Prelude. This line comes from the Prelude, an autobiographical poem in blank words. The poem described a stormy night which symbolized both natural power and personal turmoil. Wordsworth often uses nature as a metaphor of inner experiences, and this roaring wind signifies his restless thoughts and emotions. We may find some solace and in our being immortality, but that he was a man who could direct himself. Option A. Resolution and independence. The poem narrates the encounter between the poet and the old leech gatherer, a man who survives by collecting medicinal leeches. The line suggests the self-reliance and inner strength of the old man, which Wordsworth contrasts with his own depths and anxieties. The poem reflects romantic ideals and resilience, independence, and the wisdom of simple folk. I could have loved myself to scorn to find in that descript man so firm and mind. Love, faithful love, recalled thee to my mind. Option C. Laudamia. Laudamia is a narrative poem that explores love, loss, and fate. Love, loss, and fate. The poem is based on Greek mythology, focusing on Laodamia and her husband Protesilaus, who died in the Trojan War. The line conveys the power of memory and love, which can summon even the dead to mind. She seemed a voice so thrilling never was heard in springtime from the cuckoo bird. Option C to the cuckoo. This poem celebrates the cuckoo as a symbol of joy and childhood memories. Wordsworth expresses his deep emotional connection with nature and its ability to evoke memories of youth. The line compares the cuckoo voice to something more enchanting and rare than any other sound in nature. But trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. Option C, old intimations of immortality. These lines reflects Wordsworth's belief in the pre-existence of the soul. He suggests that children retain a divine connection with heaven, but as they grow, this connection fades. The poem aligns with Plato's theory of reminiscent science, which suggests that soul comes from a higher divine realm. The eye it cannot choose but see. We cannot bid the ear be still. Option C, the table turned. The poem is a call to abandon bookish learning to and embrace nature as the true source of wisdom. Wordsworth argues that we naturally absorb knowledge from our surroundings, whether we intend to or not. The line suggests that our senses are always active and nature constantly educates with us. The flower of sweetest smell that is sigh and lowly. Option A, the excursion. The excursion is a philosophical poem exploring themes of nature, mortality, and human experiences. This line suggests that true beauty and virtue are often humble and unassuming, much like delicate flowers. Wordsworth uses nature as a metaphor for human character, emphasizing that modesty and humility enhance a person's value. A beauty, not a phantom of delight, a man whom no one could have passed without a moment's perfect tribute of regard. That best portion of a good man's life. Option B, Tintern Abbey. 5 years have passed, 5 summers, with the length of life 5 long winters. And again I hear these waters rolling from their mountain springs with a sweet inland murmur. Tintern Abbey is a meditative poem reflecting on the influence of nature of human development. This line refers to small selfless act of kindness and love, which define the goodness of a person. Wordsworth believes nature shapes moral character, reinforcing his philosophy of nature as a moral guide. Me this unchattered freedom tires I have felt the weight of chance desires. Option D. Tintin Abbey. This line reflects Wordsworth's realization that absolute freedom can be exhausting. He longs the purpose and direction, recognition and that uncontrolled desire and impulses can be burdensome. The poem captures the transition from youthful excitement to a more mature appreciation of nature's guiding force. There is something in a flying horse. There is something in a huge balloon. Option A. The Prelude. Oh, there is blessing in this gentle breeze that blows from the green fields and from the clouds and from the sky. It beats against my cheek. The Prelude is an autobiographical epic that traces Wordsworth's spiritual and intellectual growth. This line describes Wordsworth's childhood fascination with adventures and imagination. The reference to a flying horse and a balloon symbolize the youthful longing from escape and discovery. Ending line Prophets of nature, we to them we speak a lasting inspiration, sanctified by reason, blessed by faith, and we have loved others we will love, and will teach them how. Our power in is passing from the earth to breathless nature's dark abyss. Option B. The world is too much with us. This poem is a critique of materialism and humanity disconnection from nature. The line suggests that as humans become consumed by industrialization and greed, they lose their spiritual connection with the natural world. Wordsworth laments the loss of nature, divine power in human consciousness. To me, the meanest flower that blows can give thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears. Option C. Old intimations of immortality. This line emphasizes the profound emotional and spiritual connection Wordsworth finds in nature. Even the simplest flower evokes deep unspoken emotions that transcends human comprehensions. The poem expresses Wordsworth's belief in pre-existence and the idea that childhood memories retain glimpses of a divine world. Fair seed time had my soul, and I grew up fostered alike by beauty and by fear. Option A. The Prelude. On there is blessing in this gentle breeze. The Prelude is an autobiographical from tracing Wordsworth's spiritual development. This line reflects how Wordsworth's childhood was shaped by both the beauty and the sublime power of nature. Beauty and fear refers to nature's dual role as a source of inspiration and awe. Thanks to the human heart by which we live, thanks to its tenderness, its joy and fears. Option C. Odd intimations of immortality acknowledges the role of human emotions in shaping our experiences. Wordsworth expresses gratitude for the ability to feel deeply, recognizing that joy and sorrow enrich our lives. The poem explores the loss of childhood, wonder, but also the gain of wisdom and adulthood. Therefore, I still a lover of the meadows and the woods. Option B. Tintin Abbey. Wordsworth reaffirms his lifelong love for nature despite the passage of time. The poem reflects his belief that nature remains a constant source of peace, wisdom, and moral guidance. This link, this line marks his transition from youthful excitement to a more reflective and spiritual appreciation of nature. With something of angelic light, option B, odd intimations of immortality. Wordsworth described the divine glow that surrounds childhood. He suggests that children retain a connection to the heavenly realm, which fades as they grow older. Angelic light symbolizes innocence, purity, and the spiritual presence in the natural world. Come forth into the light of things. Let nature be your teacher. Option B. The Table Turned. The Table Turned is a didactic poem emphasizing nature as a superior source of wisdom over books. Light of Things suggests awakening to the truths found in nature. Wordsworth urges the reader to learn from nature rather than really solely and acknowledge academic acknowledge. Our birth is but a sleep and a forget. Option C. Odd intimations of immortality. This line reflects Wordsworth's belief in the pre-existence of the soul. He suggests that human beings are born with memories and of a divine realm, but these fade over time. Getting and spending will waste our time, our powers. Option C. Wordsworth criticized the materialistic and industrialistic society of time. Lay waste our powers means the power squander their natural abilities by focusing on wealth and consumption. The poem calls for a return to nature and spiritual over materialism. Great God, I had rather be a pagan suckled in a creed out wall. Option D. The world is too much with us. Wordsworth laments the loss of spiritual connection with nature. He suggests that even ancient pagan belief, which revered nature, would be better than the materialistic modern world. The references to Proteus and Triton invokes classical mythology to contrast the lost reverence for nature in contemporary society. The child is father of man. Option C. My heart leaps up. Without Wordsworth believed in the continuity of human experiences from childhood to adulthood. It suggests that early experiences shape one's character and perception of the world The poem emphasized the importance of preserving the sense of wonder and joy from childhood. O joy that in our embrace embers in something that doth live. Option B. Food intimations of immortality. Wordsworth believed the spiritual connection between childhood and adulthood. Embers symbolize the remnants of youthful joy and the divine light of childhood that continues to exist in adulthood. The poem reflects of the fading intensity of childhood wonder but suggests that traces of it remain within us. The nature never did betray, that hurt, that loved her. Option B. Tintern Abbey. To me alone, there came a thought of grief. Option C. Odd intimations of immortality. This line signals a turning point in the poem where the poet realized that childhood joy and spiritual vision have faded. It marks the beginning of nostalgia and reflection on the lost connection with nature and divine beauty. The poem contrasts the innocence of childhood with the burdens of adulthood. And she shall lean her ear in many secret place. Option C. Ode to Duty. Ode to Duty is a moralistic and philosophical poem in which Wordsworth calls upon duty to guide human actions. Lean her ear symbolize attentiveness to the voice of duty and righteousness. The poem advocates for a disciplined life over one guided by mere pleasure and impulse. The sightless Milton, Shakespeare on his bier. Option A. London 1802. London 1802 is a sonnet where Wordsworth laments the moral and cultural decline of England. He invokes the spirits of great past writers, Milton, Shakespeare, as beacons of moral and intellectual greatness. Slightness Milton refers to John Milton blindness but also symbolizes his moral and poetic vision. A voice so thrilling never was heard in springtime from the cuckoo bird. Option B. The Solitary Reaper. The Solitary Reaper, a poem where Wordsworth describes a Scottish maiden single while working in the fields. The speaker is deeply moved by her song, comparing it to a nightingale and cuckoo bird, both symbols of enchanting melodious. This poem explores themes of memory, music, and beauty of unknown. Behold her single in the field, yon solitary highland lass. The music in my heart I bore long after it was heard no more. The soul that rises with us, our life star, hath had elsewhere its setting. Option C. Odd intimations of immortality. This line reflects Wordsworth's belief in the pre-existence of the soul. He suggests that our souls existed in a divine realm before birth and earthly lifedom dims that celestial origin. Loss of childhood innocence and connection with the divine as we grow older. There was a time when meadow grow and stream, the earth and every common sight to me did seem apparelled in celestial light. This is opening lines and also ending lines. Thanks the human heart by which we live, thanks to its tenderness, its joy and fears. This is last line. Thou hadst left behind powers that will work for thee. Option D. Odd intimations of immortality. By night or day, the things which I have seen, I now can see no more. Option C. Odd intimations of immortality. Yet will I love thee to the lost. Option A. Michael. Michael is a pastoral narrative poem about an old shepherd's deep love for his son Luke. This line expresses a father's unwavering love even when his son leaves for the city and never returns. The poem is a tragic reflection of industrialization impact on rural life and family bonds. Opening line: if from a public way you turn your step up the tumultuous brook of green-head Gile and never lifted up a single stone. This is last line. Dear God, the very houses seem asleep. Option B. Composed upon Westminster Bridge. This line is from composed upon Westminster Bridge, September 3 September and 1802, where Wordsworth marvels at the early morning beauty of London. Unlike the unusual chaotic city life, he describes a serene, almost divine tranquility in the city appearance. The poem captures a romantic admiration for both nature and human made beauty. The youth who daily further from the east must travel, still the nature priest. Option C. Odd intimations of immortality. Nor shall she hear the murmuring wave upon her bosom rise and fall. Option C. Lucy Gray. Lucy Gray is a lyrical ballad about a little girl who perishes in a wall, stone storm. The quoted line reflects the finale of death, emphasizing that Lucy, I will no longer hear or feel the natural world around her. Wordsworth blurs the lines between reality and myth as Lucy becomes an eternal figure in nature. But yet I know wherever I go, there hath passed away a glory from the earth. Option B, odd intimations of immortality. This line expresses Wordsworth's sorrow over the loss of childhood divine vision. He acknowledges that something beautiful and spiritual has faded from his perception as he has grown older. However, he also emphasizes that the memory of influences and the lost vision still remain. Thou dost preserve that stars from wrong. Option C, Ode to Duty. Ode to Duty is a poem where Wordsworth praises, praises duty as a moral guide, similar to how nature maintains order. The quote suggests that duty, like a divine force, preserves the balance of the universe, ensuring harmony and righteousness. The poem reflects Wordsworth's philosophical transition from emotional spontaneity to a more structured moral responsibilities. And homeless near a thousand home, I stood. Option C, Guilt and Sorrow. Guilt and Sorrow is an early poem by Wordsworth reflecting his deep sympathy from human suffering, especially the soldiers and the displaced. The quoted line expresses a poignant contrast between abundance and deprivation, emphasizing the tragedy of being surrounded by home yet remaining homeless. Heaven lies about us in our infancy. Option C, odd intimations of immortality. Then did the little maid reply, Seven boys and girl are we. Option B, we are seven. This poem presents a dialogue between a child and an adult about death. The child insists that her deceased sibling still count as part of the family, showcasing a child's innocent and spiritual perception of death. Wordsworth emphasizes the contrast between adult logic and child logic, simple yet profound, understanding the life and the death. Opening line, a simple child, dear brother Jim, that lightly draws in its breath. Ending, then did the little maid reply, Seven boys and girls are we. The sweetest thing that ever grew beside a human door. Option D, Lucy Gray. While with an eye made I quite by the power of harmony and the deep power of joy. Option C, Tintin Abbey. Nature never did betray. That heart loved her. Option C, Tintin Abbey. Thou dost preserve that star from wrong. Option C, Ode to Duty. Ode to Duty is a poem where Wordsworth praises duty as a guiding force of human life. Wordsworth suggests that duty ensures order and harmony in the universe just as it governs human morality. The reference to stars emphasizes the divine and universal nature of duty. Stern daughter of the voice of God, O duty, if that name thou love, yet I will love thee to be the lost. Earth has not anything to sow more fear. Option B, composed upon Westminster Bridge. Wordsworth, a poet deeply associated with nature, expresses surprise at the city, tranquility and beauty on in the morning light. The budding twigs spread out their fan to catch the breezy air. Option B, the prelude. Joy is the sweet voice, joy the luminous cloud. Option B, Ode Intimations of Immortality, where Wordsworth explores the idea that childhood divine joys fade as one grows older. The poem suggests that the joy experienced in childhood is linked to a pre-existence spiritual world. Wordsworth mourns the loss of his pure vision but finds consolation in memory and nature beauty. The city now doth, like a garment, wear the beauty of the morning. Option A, composed upon a Westminster bridge. There is a comfort in the strength of love. Twill make a thing endurable, which else would overset the brain or break the heart. Option C, Michael. Wordsworth depict Michael's deep attachment to his land and family, highlighting themes of sacrifice and endurance. O friend, I know not which way I must look for comfort. Option B, London 1802. She was a phantom of delight when first she gleamed upon my sight. Option C, she was a phantom of delight. A poem celebrating Wordsworth's wife Mary Hutchinson. It portrays her as a vision of ideal beauty, transforming from the eternal present to a real, loving partner. The poem reflects Wordsworth's romantic fascination with beauty, love, and domestic happiness. O pleasant exercise of hope and joy, for mighty were the auxiliaries. Option D, resolution and independence. Resolution and Independence is a lyrical poem inspired by Wordsworth's encounter with an old lead gatherer. The pleasant exercise of hope and joy refers to the poet's realization that reliance and wisdom come from hardship. The poem explores themes and perseverance and learning from nature's simplicity. Dear child, dear girl, that walks with me here. Option D, Tintin Abbey. Dear child, dear girl refers to Wordsworth's sister Dorothy, whom he addresses while reflecting on the passage of time. The poem explores memory, nature, and personal growth, emphasizing how our perceptions change as we age. And all which I beheld resembled nothing that I had seen before. Option A, the prelude. This line is from the Prelude, Wordsworth's autobiographical epic in blank verse. It describes his experiences of sublime awe and wonder while encountering the grandeur of nature. The poem captures the romantic idea that nature can be overwhelming and transformative, shaping human emotions and intellect. He murmurs, he murmurs, near the running brooks, music sweeter than their own. Option B, The Excursion. The Excursion is a philosophical poem that explored the interplay between nature, humanity, and faith. He, in this line, likely refers to a wise, contemplative figure or a personified aspect of nature. The poem reflects Wordsworth's belief in nature power to inspire and educate of human spirit. I see, not feel, how beautiful they are. Option C, Odd intimations of immortality. A mind forever voying through strange seas for of thought alone. Option B, The Prelude. Strange seas of thought represent intellectual exploration and the pursuit of knowledge. Wordsworth admired Newton's relentless quest for understanding, paralleling it his own poetic journey. She lived unknown, and few could know when Lucy ceased to be. Option C. She dwelt among the untrodden ways. The poem laments the death of Lucy, a mysterious figure who represents simplicity, beauty, and solitude. This line reflects the theme of unnoticed beauty and the inevitability of death. Oft on a plot of rising ground, I hear the far off curfew sound. Option D, resolution and independence. The curfew sound symbolizes the passage of time and the poet's reflective mood. And this green pastoral landscape were to me more dear, both from themselves and for thy sake. Option A, Tintin Abbey. Expresses his deep emotional connection to nature, seeing it as both a personal refuge and something to be shared with his sister Dorothy. The poem discusses how memory is nature sustain the human soul over time. And homeless near a thousand home. I stood and near a thousand tables, pinned and wanted food. Option B, guilt and sorrow. Guilt and Sorrow is an early unfinished narrative poem by Wordsworth. It tells the story of destitute soldier wandering through a cruel and indifferent world. The poem highlights social injustice, poverty, and human suffering, contrasting the abundance of other with the narrator's own deprivation. Opening lines: a traveler on the lonely moor, I roam without a home, nor health, nor wealth, nor fame. Last line: thus the long night I silent lay, and ere the morning light was far away. Bright flower, whose home is everywhere. Option D, to the daisy. Option D. Option D. To the Daisy is one of Wordsworth's many nature poems, celebrating the simple beauty and resilience of a daisy. The daisy described on a wanderer symbolizes humanity, endurance, and omnipresence. The poem reflects romantic ideals in finding beauty and significance in common things. Opening lines: with little here to do or see of things that in the great world be daisy. Again I talk to thee, for thou art worthy. Last line: in youth from rock to rock, I went from hill to hill, in discontent of pleasure, high and turbulent, most pleased when most uneasy. A simple child that lightly draws its breath and feels its life and every limb. What should it know of death? Option A. We are seven. This line comes from Wordsworth's poem We Are Seven, which explores a child's innocent perception of death. The poem portrays a conversation between the poet and a little girl who insists that her deceased siblings are still part of her family. It reflects romantic theme of childhood innocence and spiritual connection to the dead. Behold the child among his newborn blisses, a 6-year darling and pygmy size. Option C, odd intimations of immortality. Intimations of immortality, which explores the loss of childhood divine vision. Wordsworth described that his child as a pure heavenly being also who still carries a glow of the immortal soul before adulthood dims it. Thou little child, yet glorious in the might of human born freedom on thy being's height. Option B, odd intimations of immortality. This line continues Wordsworth themes of childhood divine origin in odd intimations of immortality. The child is seen as celestial being connected to a higher spiritual existence before being saved by the material world. This reflects of romantic belief that children are closer to nature and divine wisdom. Childhood and immortality, loss of innocence with age is the theme. She seemed a thing that could not feel the touch of earthly years. Option C, a slumber did my spirit seal. In this that sweet mood, when pleasant thought bring sad thought to the mind. Option C, Tintin Abbey. In which year was the centenary of William Wordsworth's birth celebrated? Option A, 1870. William Wordsworth was born in 1770 and his centenary 100th birth anniversary was celebrated in 1870. This event marked his enduring legacy in Romantic poetry and British literature. Where was a memorial erected in honor of William Wordsworth? Option A, Westminster Abbey. A memorial to William Wordsworth, who placed in Poets' Corner, Westminster Abbey, recognized his contribution to English poetry. Though Wordsworth was buried in St. Oswald Church, Grasmere, this memorial honors him among other literary greats, who delivered a notable speech during Wordsworth's centenary celebration. Option C. Matthew Arnold. Which, take, which lake is closely associated with Wordsworth and has a commemorative plaque? Option C. Grasmere. In which year Wordsworth Trust founded to preserve his legacy? Option C. 1900. The Wordsworth Trust was established in 1900 to preserve his home Dove Cottage and his manuscripts. It maintains the Wordsworth Museum dedicated to his life and works. Which famous site is maintained as a tribute to Wordsworth's life and works? Option A. Dove Cottage. Dove Cottage, located in Grasmere Lake District, is one of the most famous sites associated with William Wordsworth. Wordsworth lived here from 1799 to 1808, and it was during this time that he wrote some of his greatest poems, including parts of the Prelude. Today, Dove Cottage is preserved as a museum by the Wordsworth Trust, showcasing manuscript, letter, and personal belonging of the poet. Which British Prime Minister praised Wordsworth during an official commemoration? Option A. William Gladstone. William Gladstone is four-time British Prime Minister. The four-time British Prime Minister praised Wordsworth's poetry for its moral and spiritual depth. He was a strong advocate of Wordsworthian philosophy, which emphasized morality and human dignity. Gladstone's tribute came during official literary celebration on the late 19th century, recognizing Wordsworth's lasting influence on English literature and national identity. Wordsworth was commemorated on a British postage stamp. In which year? Option C, 1982. In 1982, the Royal Mail issued a British postage stamp in honor of William Wordsworth, celebrating the 150th anniversary of his appointment as Poet Laureate 1832 to 1982. The stamp featured an image of Wordsworth along with the line of from his poetry, reflecting his status as the major romantic poet. The Wordsworth Museum is located in which town? Option A, Grasmere. The Wordsworth Museum is located in Grasmere near the Dove Cottage where Wordsworth lived. It houses an extensive collection of manuscripts, first edition letters, and artifacts related to his life and poetry managed by the Wordsworth Trust. It serves as a major research and cultural center for Romantic literatures. The annual literary event is held to honor Wordsworth's contribution to poetry. Option B, the Wordsworth Summer Conference. The Wordsworth Summer Conference is an annual event held in Grasmere to celebrate Wordsworth's poetry, philosophy, and romanticism. Scholars, poets, and literature enthusiasts gather to discuss his work, romantic literature, and related themes. It includes lectures, reading, and tours of Wordsworth related sites like the Cottage and Riddle Mount. Thanks for watching. I hope you liked this video. And this brings us to the end of our 500 most important questions on William Wordsworth. We have covered his life, works, themes, poetic style, and influence, ensuring you are fully prepared for UGC NET, TGT, PGT, and other competitive exams. Remember, Wordsworth's poetry is not just about nature, it's about life, emotions, and power of imagination. Keep revising, stay confident, and trust your preparation. If this series helped you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to English Minds. Let's continue the journey of mastering English literature together. All the best for your exams. Keep learning, keep growing. Thank you.